Yes, unmute. Yep. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, it is time. Where's the repairer again? Apparently something's about to break. Ah. Hello, hello. I look good every day. There's the repairer. But yes, yes, we do this queue, and then into Shadowbringers. Hopefully this won't take too long. I did a, I was doing a couple of my dailies off stream over the past couple of days, and I did a high-level dungeon, and ended up, like the high-level dungeon roulette, and ended up in a dungeon that I didn't even have access to, and I don't understand. Well, because so we were talking about it, Thyrus, the other day about Amdabor Keep, and it wasn't in my list of available dungeons because I only had I only had one of the two dungeons that you listed. And Amdapor Keep wasn't there because he was like, oh, I was like, yeah, I don't have that one. And you're like, oh, it's an optional dungeon. But then it popped up because I went into it off of a high-level dungeon. Ba 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 ba. It was the level 50 version, but I didn't have anything in my list called Amdapor Keep at all the other day when we were talking about it. And it only showed up after I did it from a roulette. It's officially time, Graham. We doing it. Or we will be after I do this roulette.
Mmm. Good smell. Flavor.
Did you just wait for Graham to come in to do that? Graham, do you have the specific American accent where Graham is a single syllable? Is that why you've spelt it like that? Or is that... Hop, 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 hop. I'm number one in the roulette list. Let's go. Oh, there we go. How are we all doing today, though? Are we all doing good? Ah, I see, I see. This is a nice and short one. It would seem so, yeah. Every time I do roulette as a bard, where I lose access to my my songs, I get so lost. I'm like, what do I even do? Do I just spam one? Is that all I can do? Ugh. Sneeze. Hello, hello, insanity. Uno momento. I'm gonna take that antihistamine earlier than usual this time, so I don't need to wait for it to kick in. There. With its face rolling across the keyboard. I don't get the whole Dragoon floor tank thing. Is it just like they're always out of position, or is it like... Or is it like they do so much damage that they end up out-enmitying the tanks? Because that would be funny if that one was the case. Yeah, because I was watching another streamer, and they were talking about the floor tank Dragoon. Hey, I play Dragoon a lot. Don't be mean to the Dragoons. I say as I quietly switch to Dragoon. Don't worry about it. I like spears, okay? Also, that's a cool spear. It does transformy things. Oh, I have. That was the streamer that I was hearing, that I was talking about, who was going on about floor tank Dragoons. Alright, are we ready? I find that that last point there is true with the... I think it's the assassination animation for Ninja. I think they get pinned for, like, not a couple of seconds, but for a bit. But hello, Raiders! You're just in time, for I am about to talk to Tataru, and officially go into Shadowbringers. You have perfect timing. I literally just paused to have a discussion about floor tanks. But hello, Materia. How are you doing? Did you have a good stream? I shall now close my own stream from lurking. Oh yeah, you're playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. I've never played it before. It's kind of like Stardew Valley mixed with like Animal Crossing or something, right? Alright. Here we go. I've also never played Animal Crossing, but I get the gist of Animal Crossing. I have played a lot of Stardew, though. Here we go. I knew you had to be alright. And to celebrate your return, I made you this. A brand new traveling outfit. Oh, I do hope it fits. You took my measurements by force. But now's not the time to fuss over your measurements. I must go and speak with the researchers at St. Koinek's Find. You go and rest while we track down the beacon. After I watch this, I'll also duck out of the game and watch the... I don't know who that is. That's someone with glowing... Why do you have glowing eyes? Who are you? You're the one that I saw doing things.
My friend, had I been but a step faster.
I don't recognize that voice. Wait, I do. That kind of sounds like Xenos. My original theory was that this body is Xenos' soul, after the Ascian, like, kicked him out. That was my original theory.
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage.
Yeah, that's definitely Xenos. That's definitely Xenos. That sounds so much like Xenos.
In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
But can it really be Xenos without the big booty? Yeah, so like my original theory was like they disentombed Xenos' body, and Ascian jumped in, but Xenos' soul somehow returned, but didn't have a body to go to, so it went to some random, and that is the some random. I'm sure the exact machinations of how that works will be explained at some point. Assuming that is indeed Xenos' soul. Oh, that's right. A weird spooky man in the other realm that kidnapped me from the middle of my fight with Xenos told me to go to the Crystal Tower. That's the plan! In the midst of a requiem for heroes, our voice rings out across time and space. In fields of tranquil light, sow you seeds of darkness. Okay, so now I'm officially in Shadowbringers. I'm going to duck myself out real quick, and I'm going to watch the trailer. Or the intro cinematic. I don't know why I, needed to hit the Be Right Back screen for that. Well, it's definitely Shadowbringers now, because this was Stormblood when I logged in, half an hour ago. We'll just wait the little bit. It is a nice one, yeah. That's some good music. Oh, can I? To be honest, I'm shocked that it hasn't already happened. Shadowbringers. There we go. Alright. Gorgeous.
How many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm.
Whew. Okay, that's nice.
For the one they called.
The music switch!
The warrior of light.
What the fuck is that? A fucking angel? What the fuck? Oh, that class switch. That class switch was cool. If only you could actually class switch mid-combat like that, that'd be sweet.
What sayest thou, Master Materia? We may accept this fate or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Why Eorzea looking so slutty?
I am not wont to run from my troubles. Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
Fucking Bosch, you stole her. Fat cats.
This town certainly has changed. I'm not at all for I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Infilia.
Minfilia? The introduction of the Vera.
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity, must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten. Become what you must.
Jesus.
Become warrior of darkness.
That fucking guitar riff is so nice. Okay, that was like a whole other level of like badass compared to the other ones. I didn't actually hear him call her that. The music was too loud. I could barely hear what anyone was saying. But yeah, that was like a whole... That was so cool. Okay. Wild. Well, I guess I'll find out. And in we go. Good news, Ashato. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for the beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their number to the party. Yes, I did note that. It was the first time that there was dialogue in them. And thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Then we'd better go and give them a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Again, I don't like it. The change in quest exception noise. But I will get used to it. Like I said that to the Stormblood and Heavensward one. I was like, I don't like it. But then I ended up liking it. It's just different. I mean, up until that one, I think my favorite cinematic hasn't even been one of the intro cinematics. It's the one from the Binding Coils of Louis Suave beating the shit out of Bahamut. That one was cool as shit. We'll just hide that. Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake. And the swiftest way to get there is by boat. It's Hoary Boulder! And Coltonut. And these ones. And... oh, you're just bent over. I was like, this big nose and a weird, like, hunched figure. I was like, what the fuck is this? No, it's just someone who's bent over. And an unnamed person. 2 unnamed people, technically. 3 unnamed people. You're from the Ironworks. Oh, 4. Is Soken Nobuo Uematsu's like protege? The person who took over from
Look how many people there are.
from him.
Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We found bugger all without you.
I keep forgetting he's Irish.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask
Oh.
you to do that.
Oh, I'll be
Is-
fine. This receptionist
Oh, shit.
is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Did he survive? Or did he pass?
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there?
Why did that have... Didn't that have, like...
Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Iron Clan's, like, mark or something?
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
I'm in space! I feel like Space Core. Space. Space. I'm in space. Space! Space. Space!
Do not look at me so.
Hoshafon!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
What was that? I saw a flash of red hair. Was that Gratia? This is the Crystal Tower, so... That's definitely not Gratia. Is that Minfilia?
Your time has not yet come.
Ah, we're getting into the spooky shit. Everything's all washed out. I take it. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? It kind of looks like his armor, an axe. It is him. Did he fail? Well, I guess it was Minfilia was meant to go there. Well, the Oracle of Light, Minfilia, was meant to go there and, like, siphon off the excess light or something.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
So, am I in the world of the Warrior of Darkness? Is that why everything's all washed out? Because there's too much light? Oh, isn't that the caravan driver?
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Very different voice, I think. I only vaguely have a recollection of what he sounded like, though, if he even had voice lines.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it.
That's a pretty big rock on his finger.
Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
Yes. You have learned from your mistakes. Don't take drinks from people.
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
That sounds ominous as fuck. Like they're gonna lock me up in a mental asylum or something.
To dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming main spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy.
Crystal Tower.
There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
The Forest of the Lost Shepherd. See, quest marker says go that way, but I want to go that way because there's an aetheryte. Oh. Mount unavailable here. Rude. So, I'm either in another one of the I'm in one of the shards, or I'm in the future. I think I'm in the shard.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not.
Bonnie.
This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
Yeah, so like I presume I'm in one of the shards. So if I say the source, will they know what I mean?
The source? What is this cryptic nonsense?
No, she has no idea what I mean. Okay.
Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
I didn't choose concealment. You just don't know what the source is.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
Oh no, it's the merchant's ring. I did specifically note that he had a giant fucking rock on his finger.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known.
Yeah, this does seem like a very dangerous place.
The others, your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Okay, so I see a crystal hand, so that was him in the intro.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
See, this feels like the correct answer, but this is the one I want to ask.
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand, but all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
I don't know why, but I feel like this is Gratia.
Its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Theory is running amok. Maybe this is like a reflection of Gratia. I don't know, but it gives me Gratia vibes. It might also be that I just saw a flash of red hair while I was falling into this world, and I was like, was that Gratia? I wasn't actually paying attention at all I saw was the red hair. Or what looked like red hair. Like I said, I wasn't paying enough attention.
Do you have any ibuprofen? I got a headache.
It's all crystal and shit.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion.
Is this the Warrior of Darkness who's the narrator here?
The stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol. A monument to defiance in the face of death.
I think that's the Warrior of
Who would be
Darkness's
hero
voice.
could fail to answer its call? For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
This place is very... I want to say like Atlantean almost. Like a lot of depictions of Atlantis architecture looks like this. That kind of like Greek basis with a lot more like bronze and trim and extra like fancy flourishes and stuff like that. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. I'm about to run out of inventory space. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be... Oh. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. Stop dilly-dallying. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. Like, I kind of already get the gist of what's going on. This place is apocalyptic. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should, in theory, be able to reach all the way back along to your Aetheric trail and find a connection into the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete the attunement before venturing any further. Good to know, good to know. After you have done so, walk up these steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catlas, one of the people I should like you to meet. This just feels like the introductory quest when I first started the game of like, hey, go talk to people in the city. Another is Morin. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosity, you want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city, and hopefully gain a feel of the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. I want to say that purely because I was reading it out, but I was not ingesting any of the directions. To the right down the where now? My apologies. I forget how confusing the Crystarium can be for newcomers. Not to worry. I'm sure you'll soon become accustomed to its twists and turns. In all honesty, the true challenge may be finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Is it as bad as Foundation? Like, I fucking hate Ishgard. I get lost so easy in Ishgard. When you're finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. Get back on my shoulder. There we go. Direct flow of vastly distant currents of aether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable, and should allow teleportation to aetherites in the source. Well, that's kinda cool. How much does it cost, though? Okay, so there's an Ethernet here that I need to attune to as well. Alright, how much money this be? Only 497? What if I go to... Ngashi? Damn, game still thinks I'm in Eorzea. One of the things said to go down, so... Okay, this place is cool. This place is gorgeous. It's like an alchemical research lab down here. With lots of, like, herbology stuff. Wait, where was the stairs back up? Ah, over there. Oh yeah. Most of my money goes to teleporting. I do it freely and without much regard. Do I need to go higher? Ah. Excuse me. Sir, are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well... What I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even? A scrap of scribbled-on parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service. And this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. Humble? This is a pretty fucking big library. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Mayhap a spot of academic research? Oh, so you've an interest in modern history? Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. Do you think I can't read? Why would you immediately assume that I wanted a children's book? I mean, I do, but why would you assume that? And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson, then. He looks so happy. He's like, I get to teach! 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. Villains known as the Warriors of Light. Ugh. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet, just when it all seemed that all would be lost, a saviour appeared before us. It's Minfilia! The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and the approaching doom. And by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrant, and Norvrant alone spared the fate of Eorzea. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspects to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their effulgent presence stole the night from Norvrant's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. That's the creature that looks like the thing that was in the intro. Oh, there's the angel, too. The thing that Thancred was fighting, and the thing that we were fighting. Hello, honeybee. Long time no see. How are you doing? And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or, if you would rather I spoke of other matters, that would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Very lonely.
What?
Splat. Oof. Neck aches are not fun. Is your neck feeling better? Oh, there's a thing. I see it on the map. But where is it? Is it here? Oh, there's one over there. I should probably attune to that. I'm assuming that one I could see on the map is like above. I'm doing alright. Finally into Shadowbringers here. That is not the correct way. Yeah, I'm assuming this is directly above me. Big assumption, but... Nice, nice. Have you redeemed your free color palettes for Orion and Sirius? That's who I meant to talk to. Elegant technology! Buzz buzz. Right, now we speak to Catelys. Nice, nice. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm gonna guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer here than out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us and the Mean. We work together to procure materials and resources, and craft the goods which make the city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Ulmorian layabouts. Here, in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Good night, Tiffany. Thank you for stopping by. Though, I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Oh, those... They must be talking about those fat cats I saw in the intro. Still... I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then. I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him. Any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoning the Crystal Tower into existence pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. As at the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never let us down. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folks here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've aught to contribute on that front, be sure to come back here and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catelys, and I'll find you a niche here in the Crystalline Mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. So, this place seems to run on a different time. Because the whole Warriors of Light killing the Shadow Keeper was... 100 years ago, give or take. Which means that either they'd been in the service of the Ascians for 100 years already. No, because the Minfilia showed up, or the Oracle of Light showed up about 100 years ago as well, as it was all going down. So that means time here progresses faster than in the source. New to the city, friend. The spinning head and wide eyes gives you away. Welcome. My name is Bragi, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too fluid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for my style, such as yourself. So finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. My style? I'm sorry, did you say my style? Aye, something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a Hume. The taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a Galgant. And the one with the horns is a Dran. Then you have the large scaly chaps with the long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zune. It looks like a Malja without the back half. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now, I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much farther flung than that. We've heard a few of your lot that passed through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they've floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Does that mean, like, all of the other Scions have been here for years? Is that why Thancred had a job change in the cinematic? Because Thancred would have been here the longest. I should probably actually run around and properly hit all these crystals. I shall actually just do that. So, I don't have that one. I have that one. I have that one. I need this one. Which I presume is at the top of these stairs. my god, these stairs are so big. There's still more! Okay. We got them all. Okay, so that's this 3 here. I've got that one. I don't have that one. But if I go... back to the Aetherite. And then go... outside? Yes, there it is. Oh, thank you for the follow. Elziety. Is that how you say that? So the only one left is that one and that one because I forgot to do that one when I was talking to that guy. Elziety. Sweet. Hello, hello. But yes, thank you for the follow. How are you today? Da-da-da-da. And one more. Yes, I am Sprout. Though I've been playing for so long that I don't feel like a Sprout now, but I still am a Sprout in the grand scheme of things. It's like I've been playing this game for like almost 6 months now. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its peoples? Yes. It seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. Ah, yes. The regional thing for regional stuff for Square is confusing. I am in New Zealand, in Oceania, but my account is effectively European because we don't exist as a reason. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something as a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Wait! Is that why the Crystal Tower was fucking, like... Is that why the Crystal Tower fucking vanished for, like, hundreds of years? That's why it just randomly showed up again? Because as part of this quest line, we send it back. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I'm especially here. Especially the Shadowbringers. I'm just being bombarded with a lot of information. So, and I'm needing to piece things together bit by bit. You've done as I requested, and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it is time I fulfilled my half of the bargain, and explain what has befallen your comrades. That is the conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead to the tower and organize a few things. But I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. Gratia. I still think he's Gratia. I am not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? An extraordinary tale, but I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. May help we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best we focus on the present. That quest music is so jarring with the guitar in there. I'm still not convinced that it's not Gratia. Greetings, sir. The Exarch awaits you within.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the first. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source.
Yep, I worked that out.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first. And the reverse could also be true.
Okay, so it's not strictly faster.
Without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence. And thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
How convenient.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Eorzea have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
He's been here for 5 years?
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year.
Wait. Okay. Someone told me once that Yoshi P regrets making Alphino and Alize as young as they are, and wish there was a way to, age them up. This was a perfect opportunity to, properly age them up. But no, they've been here a year.
My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch.
I see that now, Thyrus, yes. It's not like... yeah, okay. Because, yeah, they weren't summoned here. They're astral projecting here, essentially.
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
God, you're such a problem.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Eorzea shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Eorzea saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Eorzea clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand.
Now, I wonder, like, if he knows that I met the Warriors of Darkness.
Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
Take your hood off. Show me where your face is.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
I mean, we already did the city tour. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has been become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past some markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction of their wares. Come along. Teleportation.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
I have no idea what those were. Oh, tombstones.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world. A van Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
What the fuck? It's a fairy!
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task.
I wonder if I'd have unique dialogue here if I was a scholar.
This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails? Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Sne Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand.
That's not how I would raise my hand if someone said to raise my hand.
'Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
I recognize that voice, but I don't want to look it up because I feel like I'll get spoiled on who the character is. The like things on their body were really interesting, like the grooves and the way their clothes looked like they were part of their flesh. It looked creepy, but really cool at the same time. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocula anon. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Tell me about you. What the fuck are you? Thank you for answering my call, Ashato. We are denied the comforting of Blanket of Night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. I know not of blue-eyed samurai. There's been a couple of voices that I've recognized, mostly the ARR voices. Less of the Heavensward Ford voice actors I've recognized, but there's been one or two. You.
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
No, I know who you are.
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness.
Does he have a name?
My real name is Ardbert.
Ardbert.
I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their god's damned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the first.
Yeah, I was thinking when he said his name, and I was like, wait, didn't you use that name? That wasn't an alias? No, it was Ardbert. That he just dropped the D out of his name.
to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? 100 years. 100 long years.
He's a ghost. I mean, that was obvious already.
Find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this god's-forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light.
And I presume we're not going to...
Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
I'm going to assume we're going to just not mention this to the Crystal Exarch like an idiot. Sleeping like a fucking plank. Endless Day has got to be so trippy. I mean, he's only keeping secrets because we're not fucking asking him any questions. You know, if it was me here, I'd be like, you know, who are you? How did you summon things? Why do you have knowledge of the source when no one else does? What is this mysterious land that no one wants to talk about? I'm just not asking any of the questions. Portal to the... There's a portal to the source? Cool.
How did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
See, I want to talk about it.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know.
Damn, just brushing it off.
Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light.
Oh, it's Eorzea.
The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland.
I like maps.
To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Eorzea.
That's Ishgard.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest.
And that's the Black Shroud.
Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armarang.
Thanalan.
They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
No Girabania, though?
So, will it be Calusia or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
And as per the intro cinematic, that new companion is a child Minfilia. She must have been reborn or something. Let's go see Alize. Ready to depart for Arang. Alize will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he. Find him in the Amano launch, and you will see that you reach your destination. Every time! I'm gonna jump through here. I want to see what's on there. I want to see where this comes out. Whee! So. No one's surprised? I'm assuming I talked to you to go through. Yeah. The Crystal Exarch's also just kind of shit at his job. Not like at his job, but like the whole summoning thing. Because he did, where am I going? Ah, up there. He did the, like his fumbling hand grabbed everyone else, and he... Yes, I did see that. His fumbling hand grabbed everyone else, and also entirely, like, trapped them here. If you come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Ah, friend of the Exarch, hoping to meet someone in Arang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. All set, and then off to the Unforgiving Sands we go. Back to finding aether currents.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Arang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Moogle's paw. No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Eorzea friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mord's Sook to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sounds good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off. I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. And this guy would just be forever holding a crate. Alright. We head southwest, straight as an arrow. Oh, good thing that's the way I'm going. Desert armadillo. Fucking cactus. Weird ass cactus. A little bit more that way. Oh, there it is. He dead. He dead. Oof, that one's a ways away. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Arang, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. It's a very crooked building. Is that what I'm looking at? They built them big, didn't they? That's Keses Shal, a fortress meant to protect the northern reach of Nabath Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say it was once one of Norvant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabath Arang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. Thank you, Honeybee. I will enjoy it. No, not many chose to stay here. Not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than a marrow roost for me and my caravans. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mord Sok. Let's press on, shall we? Yeah, Old War's quite long. Wait, I thought you finished the Old War. I kind of wanted to duplicate that. That was the wrong button. I want collection. The last quest? The new piece. The old piece? The new piece? Something piece. Here we are, Mord Sok. By his blessed shadow. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Yeah, it's kind of long. It's not like super long. Maybe like an hour or two. What? Nope. Aetheryte. It's a kobold. Something I did note is when I saw the scene in the intro, not the like the cinematic, but like the start of this when we first came here, when we saw the Warrior of Darkness kind of wandering through that plains area, that little forested thing. There was a second shadow in the background. Like, he wasn't the only shadowy figure there. Mord Sok. Not just full of Mord, but Humes, and all manner of others, too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. You've met a Maud before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot than you could ever wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. There's Gengen. Okay, so the kobolds here are known as Mauds. Ba da 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 da. Gengen. I still think they're adorable.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mauds.
Oh. I think I was saying it right. Souk.
Souk is Maudish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Maud Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Maud dig up.
Oh, I will have to keep an eye out for that so I can subsume him.
Aye, that they do. For Mauds do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
Yeah, I mean, I already have all of the warframes, so every time they give one out, I just use it for Helminth subsummation. The Beastmen. The Beastmen tribes are way friendlier here.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Gold? Real Verbert gold?
Fucking just the snap look, everyone.
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
I should do the kobolds society quests. I like the kobolds. Do they have society quests? No. Not... Wait. There's more than 3 of them, right? Those are just the ones that I've started. Welcome to Run Runs, traveller. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? I think they're adorable. Oh my... What is... What? Bread. Worms. Meat. Skewers. Let's go with meat. That's it. Meat. That's my ever-burning bounty. Made with the best parts of the lizard. Cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on a chilly desert night. Oh, you'll like these. Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks. Spear with stick, roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. Bread. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits. So even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. And then worms. Everyone's favorite. Plump white worms, slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose, which to choose. Yes, put some spice in your step. You won't feel the cold this night. And probably not the next one either. You have the gold? And done. One Voibertite honor buys you 10 sides of lizard meat. I look so upset. I think I'll share the rest. Our visitor invites us to feast. Let us give thanks for his great generosity and small appetite. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Apparently the spice was too much for me to handle. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. Apparently, I am a bitch when it comes to spice. To be fair, I am a cat. I don't think cats are particularly known for liking spicy food. I will be right back. And I am back. Hello, Gengen. I was watching from here, Chateau. You honored our custom, and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amarang while you're here, we are here to provide. Oh no, I leveled up. You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you. The bellyache you have on the morrow. Right now that you're eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling, then. See you in a bit. Actually, I have to look at the thing? Thonton and Tholtol. Milmil? Ah, but from Mulmul. That's not one of my purchases, though. Table cactus, iron ore, antiques. Is that a red herring? Why is it calling to me? Zin Zin! It's my brother. Thonton. That's something, right? Table cactus from Thonthon. Invalid target. Invalid target. Lift you with your legs, not with your back. Is this what I'm picking up? You came with Cassid, yes? Good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please, take your prickly purchase. Wait, was Zolzol? Zolzol was one of them, right? No. Zolzol was not one of them. Oh, it shows up here too. So I need Toltol and Mit or Mulmul. Hello, Mulmul. Ooh, lovely, lovely pots. Hey, no touching. That merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassid sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no, no, no. Nabatharang relics, was it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. And now I need to find Tholthol. I found Thonthon. Oh, is that? No, that's Thilthil. That's Thiltil. God, their names are hard to say. Some of them. Because some of the H's end up being silent. Like in Gengen. And there was Gingin. I mean, to be fair, the H's could be silent in all of them. It might be Toltol. And Tonton. Not Thonton. Oh, I have gone outside the circle. Bill? Yeah, no, I don't need leathers from Ron. Tholthol. Tholthol. Cassett sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron ore. Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Kobolds. They're great. So good. Oh my god, this area is huge. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. Here's your shit. Aye, that's the lot, alright. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard? It feels like an age since I last saw you. I don't know who's talking. It's a girl. That was entirely the wrong voice. Well, if it isn't the lovely, lovely Tesleen. It's been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Eorzea. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Eorzea's told me so much about you. You're a Shato, aren't you? I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn. I've gotten to know Eorzea quite well since she took up guard duty there. Do you want me to take over as a Shato's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Areg, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Eorzea has been desperate to see you, Ashato, so let's get you here to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. All set? I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folks heading home from the markets. I can usually sing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? I thought you might. Eorzea was always saying how much... I mean... Let's get going, shall we? Alize's a fangirl. What's the fuck's with this distorted guitar and this combat music? Wait, you can swing a sword well enough to fend these off? That's impressive. Everyone in the first must be really strong. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alize was strong, but in her mind she was never... Now it all makes sense. Ahem, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Ludonarrative dissonance? Dissonance? I'm unfamiliar with that term. Like, it would make some degree of sense as well that your average person in the first is more physically capable than your average person in Eorzea. You know, given the state of the world. Oh, is it like a suspension of disbelief kind of thing? Oh wait, no, we talked about this a little bit when it came to the size of the cities. Go away, sandball. I have to say, I don't actually care for the battle music here. I don't know if this is the battle music for the expansion or just this area, but I'm not a fan. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Twitch! That's what I'm streaming on right now. That's the white. Damn, this really is right on the edge. Oh, look. And there's a person whose name is White. Oh. I am going the wrong way. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Well, come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. Seems you ended up escorting me. I have to repay the favor somehow. But first, Let's head inside, shall we? This place seems like it is a bit rundown. Welcome to the inn at Journey's End. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Eorzea arrived. It's not much, but at home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Eorzea who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Eorzea give you the full explanation. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Ba-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Damn, this really is, like, on the edge. Aether current. The Derek. Who's Derek? So I can't go over there? Rude. Eorzea is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints in the ground. They look to be about the right size. The small footprints lead off to the northwest. What? What happening? Why did it suddenly get very dark? I thought that was the whole point of this place, that it never got dark. What happened? The footprints continue to the northwest. I don't like that. Let's not have massive shadows. definitely not have massive shadows. God damn it. What could have cast this massive shadow? I do kind of enjoy the fact that the elves in this world, like the Alizin, are just called elves. Just elves. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. I can see that. That's a little concerning.
Get back here!
Is that... It can't be.
She gotten good. Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
She's trying to act all cool and aloof.
How are you? We've fought them to a standstill, then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Eorzea were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Eorzea's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities.
That's not horrifying at all.
Creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them.
Damn. Vicious.
The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, and you clear the west. That way you can have the undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your maps are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. I haven't actually fought a Sin Eater yet. God damn it. That was my first Sin Eater kill. The experience was ruined by this fucking lizard. Un momento. Can I make it past this guy? Shared fates. What does that mean exactly? Because, like, fates can already be done multiplayer. Oh, no Senator there. Oh, there's like a rank to it? Okay. I guess I'll kill this sand mole first. I gotta do like fates to unlock stuff. That's kind of cool. I do quite like fates, so I don't dislike them. They are fun in their own special kind of somewhat tedious ways. As your shared fate rank increases, you can buy more for bi-color gems. Starts with crafting materials, ends with orchestrations, minions. Minions! I don't know what bi-color gems are, but they seem important. Having special fates that bleed into one another and having success levels. Because I know there's already fates, like there's sequential fates that like you gotta finish this fate to make this fate show up and stuff like that. But I guess the bleeding into each other is a bit different. How did you fare? Ah. I thought there might be one or two lurking in the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Synth, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful Sin Eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my trolls, to cull their ranks often enough that these numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report the victories to Tel Sleen, shall we? Micro Giga Tender. We love an oxymoron. Eorzea tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we've met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Eorzea missed your company. If everything is always, if Oshato were here, he would... That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another's perspective, and I respect Oshato's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation. It really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing. Though, I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. Jeez, all of these coffers. I should probably just get rid of some of the stuff. I'm bored. And lastly, by maxing out all the areas in the expansion, you get access to the gemstone vendors in the two main cities, themed furniture, town musics, framer kits. What are framer kits? I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Eorzea? What? And twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Eorzea. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Pornal, Todden, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Oh, cool. I haven't done much of that just because I felt like there wasn't a lot of good options. I wasn't vibing with any of the ones that I had access to, so giving me more options is cool. Thank you. Did I attune to this aetheryte? I did not. Hutton glanced up at you blankly, but you noticed the tension in his face ease slightly. And this one is a child. Howrick remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. So he's like the furthest gone. Did it? You've seen to the patients? How were they? Good, that's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Howrick, though. I have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take a chateau to Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Caravans just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Oshato. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ronron's stall, of course. Is there an aetherite there? There was. Teleport! So, that fate there was Toiba #1. Does that mean that it's linked to something, or is that just, like, a name? That one's just a name. Okay. Wheat. 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 Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ronron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh, yes, yes. Nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a mortar merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh, yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. No, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you, my friend. Well, come again, my friends. Have the wrigglers. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the aetherite to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Are we just going to look at the wall? Horse. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed Wrigglies! You actually bought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. It never fails, shall we? Damn, the amount of XP I'm getting from just the quests is stupid. I'm still on level 70 quests.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond?
Looks like nothing.
That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters.
I mean, yeah, like, nothing, but I kind of already knew that. Like, is she trying to... Like, I wasn't expecting there to be anything habitable outside.
But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
Ah, so they're going to poison that nectarine.
I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed? Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
I mean, that's how I assumed it worked. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to the understanding catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the walls more than an hour of... it is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. And I need you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards, and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. I just teleported to the one right in front of me. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Thank you. Eorzea explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though. If his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. I feel like he's just gonna, like, randomly burst into a thing now, because you decided to wait. Well, nothing's going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat. I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
Bits and bobs.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot.
The pot's already... I can see it. There's steam coming off of it. He's hot.
In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Oh, he's following me, so he might be around here somewhere.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Oh. Everyone's looking at something. Is it the big shadow I saw?
Coming.
nearly took my eyes off him for a moment.
Chateau, Eorzea, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he wanders out there alone, we'll search areas. We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before. But it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gotten far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, be alright. He's gone to join his brethren. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. They can feel something coming. God damn it. Bum ba ba da da. You see no signs of Halric. Maybe he went further west. The sheep is always the most epic mount. So is the chair. I do quite like the chair. What? Split. You scan your surroundings in search of Halric, and suddenly find yourself under attack. Forgiven folly. I really like the small mounts. So like, I like the sheep. I like I like the chair. I like the death claw. I mean, this one's absolutely stupid because, like, I can't fly, and it's a giant bird. Beast. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to that without triggering them. Maybe? Unless it walks any closer. Haha! I did it.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
It's the angel chick from the intro.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
I gotta go 1v1 an angel.
There it is!
Oh no! Halric!
Damn, she does have some skills.
Have to run!
She had some skills.
Tesling! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Oh, she's gonna transform, not just die. Oh, fuck, that distended jaw. Quick, me! Run forward and stab her in the head before she finishes transforming. Jesus fuck. That was some imagery.
No, 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 no!
There's still a little bit there. I'm sorry, Oshato. I tried to tell the Kiros what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. It's just so unfair. Teslin was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people a chance to say their goodbyes. Halric is unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sun Eaters made their escape. Alice. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. It was too late, too slow. I thought I could protect you. You can't blame your things from beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you'll forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course. She would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tesline's word close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. It's damned light. Building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now, hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light. But how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. So what's the plan, Stan? Hello, hello, Faye. How are you doing today? Mildly traumatized, but good. I have just witnessed Tesline's transformation. It was horrific. It was also really cool at the same time, in like a morbid kind of way. Forgive me, Ashato. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women in the inn battle against the blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. Cards above, it feels like an age ago now. Miss Alize, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amuro. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Arag again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help clear my head at least. I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Stairs. I don't know why, but the way the light was moving on that was kind of tripping me out a little bit. Thank you for seeking me out, Ashato. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction, but you have still to visit Alphanode, haven't you? And if I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success, if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being, but don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Wait, what do you mean? That wasn't high jump already? The fuck was it called? Was it just called jump? It was just called jump. Wild. Anyway. On to Alphino. You will visit Alphino in Eorzea then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction, presented to Sim Zenmai, Master of Beasts in Temenos Rukri. He will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. I still want to know who you are. I still think he's Gratia. Or maybe inhabiting the body of Gratia. Some fucking weird Ascian machinations. Not Ascian, Allegan. This one. These guys look like bipedal versions of the Amalja. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amarol for passage to Eorzea. I'll pick you out a friendly whelp. Are Amaro often used for transport? That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts, but I gather you hail from further afield. More accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you're plainly accustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me, ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Is that up where I was before? No. Where's the... There it is. Oh, it is up. It is up where I went before, but slightly different. You want to fly an Amaro to Eorzea? Well, I suppose if Master Jinmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly. You can now travel to Eorzea.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
It looks like Eorzea. It looks like Libsa, but not quite. We are arrived. This is Crackshell Beach, on the eastern coast of Eorzea. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin-Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy that city in the distance? That is Ulmor, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in a battle against the abominations. For years, the Ulmorian elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist the heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with the Ulmor is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I'm glad we understand each other. Now, the Exarch has just instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding a friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Met with silence! If you head south along the coast, you'll eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ybor. Ybor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Eorzea, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme, and that will let him know that you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I'll stay here with this Amaro until you're ready to return. It's old piece. Okay. Hobgoblins. I feel like I'm gonna have to fight that hobgoblin. Don't attack me! I was like, I thought I'd made it. Yeah. I'm afraid to say I really do not vibe with the battle music for this expansion thus far. It's like it's cool music, but it just feels so out of place. The like hard distortion on the guitar and all that. Ebor. You look like a Ronso. What you after? Fish? Crab? I think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you've a taste for them. I do love a bit of time. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavour. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say there's any been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alpha note, eh? I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden. Elmore's richer than all of Norvrant put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now, get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. That's the fishing village just up the path from here. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Southeast. Over. Oh, there it is. So what's that, then? Because, like... yeah, like, direction-wise, that's... An Arag, but that doesn't look like any settlements that were over there. They kind of look like mushrooms. Don't care. Wait, Vilbrand is the name of the island? I thought the island was La Nocia. This is a sorry excuse for a tavern. This your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you don't mean to loiter. What'll you be having? Water. A fine choice, and what'll you be paying with? Well, now, these are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors, so we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash as many vermin as you can find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. This way. Gotcha. Makes perfect sense that it makes no sense with that example. Where these pests at? Oh, it died. There's another one. Oh no, I ran out of dive. Alright, dead pests. Now I go yell at an old man. Who I presume is actually dead. Knock louder. I love how none of those knocks were actually louder. You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken us residence in their absence. Do, do, do. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Omor. You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And here I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink. On the house. Elfino. Ooh, that's a vibrant fucking blue.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Damn. Alfredo's got a new outfit too.
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alphino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Yeah, I guess it has been longer since we saw Alphino.
Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before. I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
I love how I've just neglected to tell both Alize and Alphino, when they worry about Tataru, that I have sent word to Tataru.
We must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
Oh, the poison?
Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means.
Okay, so he told Alphino who he was.
Destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail. But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure? And so we take to the road once more.
Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west and then cross a small bridge. I don't know why I collect all of the things for these. I never fucking use them. I guess I did use one on the steps. Giant chameleon. Eorzea seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar. I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No! Get away from me! Over there. Quickly, someone's in trouble. A sin eater. Thank the fates. You look out! Did she get got? My poor heart. Thank you, kind sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings. But I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. You were right, madame. Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for, my feet not swift as they once were. I knew there was no one left to hear me scream, not that I let it stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Wait, one would hope. Either way, I assume you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their home to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Yes, Eorzea would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Arang, Eorzea is almost a haven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eater would have claimed another victim. Still, we have won a small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Gorilla. Anyway, I have ads coming up in a moment. I am going to take a short break. I'm just going to start the break now. So enjoy some music and then enjoy the ads. Alright, I have returned. Went and got myself a mandarin and just had a snack.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Eorzea itself lies beyond.
What a name.
This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
That is not the look I was expecting that voice.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please!
Jesters.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Eorzea extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu! Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
If I had any culinarian levels.
Was a center of power and authority. Well, that is not the only reason for its fame.
If I had culinarian levels, would I be able to, like, step forward on that?
It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Eorzea's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
I bet they're being, like, murdered or something in there.
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you! Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Eorzea routinely doles out to the people of Gate Town, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well.
I bet it's made of the people that they recruit.
Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
I mean, I do stand out. I'm wearing a very fancy set of armor. Very fancy. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city haven't thus far come to naught. Have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency. Must be won via contests with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Eorzea's current ruler came into power. Yet, from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. You don't like jesters? The attitude is so entrenched now. I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a look around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself. I'm surprised I've come this far and haven't done like a single dungeon or like instanced fight. What do you mean up? Oh. Yeah, they're made of people. 100% made of people. Just look at it. Could you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Eorzea pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, eh? But at least it's safe. And the meal's the best thing I've ever tasted. You've seen what Gate Town has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal. And believe Eorzea is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, unable to conceive of any other way of life. I'm still not in 71 content. It is difficult to make a final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap it is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Eorzea's largest largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and unattended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I'm not convinced that Eorzea's generosity truly serves the best interest of Kalusia's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all this. Yet, I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hands of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken these long-delayed steps through Eorzea's gates. It is fortunate that you arrived when you did, Oshato. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city. And if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its homes in the sea surrounding the islands, the Ondo they're called, though you and I know them as Sahagan. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to produce such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective... Sorry, I had to sneeze. Prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Eulmorian lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, then. We must pay a visit to Mushamor, my supplier in rights. Come. It is just to the northwest of here. No. He was being overheard. Damn, Alphino. You've still got a lot to learn. I wanna fly. Let me fly. Da 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 da. Ba 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 da 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 da. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Yeah, I noticed that the desert that on a blah 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 place was split into 2 sections. So I don't presume that I will be able to find the rest of it until after I go back. Good day to you, Mushimura. This is my associate, Oshato. We're here to collect the produce I purchased. I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Mr. Lad, Short Blue here? No? He said he'd come on your behalf. And seemed to know the details, I just assumed. Confound it, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. This charlatan was here not long ago. He cannot have gotten far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town. I shall take the west. There's a bird. Wait, what's a skywatcher? Oh, it's a weather forecast. Cool. Wow. Oh, no. Search the surroundings for a male mistle with short blue hair. You may move, okay. It's the tuckety thingy. Oh, I found you. Shato, any signs of him? Such an aggressive point. You have a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. One of those, yep. Oh wait. It's okay, you can leave now. There we go. Good bird.
There you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea. Get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear. Must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Christerium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No,
no, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
No! He's gonna get turned into meal, like his friends.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kaishir, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best.
Probably not.
We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
That is not who you are.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending.
Nah,
Shall we return to right then?
that guy's gonna get turned into meal.
Is that?
No, he's been killed.
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble. Come on, they may need our help.
Damn, some good eyes there. Da, 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 da. Yay! Work time over. What? No more work, no more work. I probably can't go that way. Yeah, no, there's a gap there. They don't like gaps. Ba da 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 da. No. I've been playing that game for like since it came out pretty much, and the decoration of my orbiter is like the absolute minimal thing I could have possibly done. I have placed a couple of plushies around, and that's it. I have a plushie Tagfa, because I love Tagfa. Tagfir's the best. He deserves all the pats. I should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, I beg you. I have an apartment. I have nothing. I've done nothing with it though. I've just kind of got stuff in there. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? Settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin with telling us your name? Tristel. I was invited into Eorzea to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me to paint pictures for them. But when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless. A grave sin in Lord Volthry's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade and into the goddamn ocean. From up there? How were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though, if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monsters. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Without a second thought, when Lord Volthry passed judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Eorzea, his word is law. Okay, so they're not turning them into food. The more I hear about Eorzea, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristel to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of the chilly coastal air. A way into the city? No, missed. What a noise that was. It spooked it. Oh, wait. I must have got it. Maybe? Yes, I must have got it. I remember there was one close to me doing something, but yeah. And pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I will assist you in your attempts to enter Eorzea. And so far as I'm able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach, but since it's plain you've set your mind to it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Eomorian elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Alright, are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such treasured possession. I give it gladly after you have done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Still on level 70 quests. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. Well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. And it's settled. All we need to do now is return to Gatetown and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. Quest sync. Anyway, I do believe that I will be finishing up my stream for this evening. My first impressions of Shadowbringers is very, very positive. Jesus Christ, that was a lot. And that intro cinematic was gorgeous. Like, chef's kiss, that intro cinematic was superb. But yeah. So that'll be me finished for the night. If you've been watching for a bit, maybe off one of the, off the raid from earlier, and you've enjoyed what you've seen, consider dropping a follow. Otherwise, if you've really enjoyed what you've seen and you're already following, consider a subscription. It's always appreciated. But to everyone that has been here and is here, thank you for watching. Hugely appreciated. Like, so much. Like, stupid levels of appreciation. I'll be back on tomorrow night at my usual time, so stay tuned for that. That'll be continuing Shadowbringers, doing even more. But thank you all for watching, and I'll leave you with some outro music as we disappear for the evening. Have a good night, or day, or morning. Have a good whatever your time zone dictates. Bye. Oh, one more thing. I have just reminding people of my Discord, if you would want to be part of that. I currently have a poll up on my community polls channel. I'm trying to decide what game I would like to buy. I've got a few options. Some of them aren't out yet, but that's why the poll's going for 2 weeks. But yes, if you would like to participate in that, I'll be streaming that game when I buy it, whichever one I end up buying. I'm not necessarily going to just listen to what the poll is, but I would like suggestions. But yes, farewell. Farewell all, and have a nice, as I said before, whatever your time zone is.